Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello Rickety Railway, welcome. We're back in Workers and Resources after a short intermission. Had to take the bicycle somewhere. Hello Anorix, welcome. Currently extending our settlement up to the train track and then trying to build up north to the steel mill. That's our plan. Recently reached 15,000 citizens, which brings us to 15% of our population goal in this city. And we got a long way ahead of ourselves, if that goal is even achievable. Currently going through some lack of highly educated workers that we're going to fix with a new university. Lots of population growth each year. Looking good so far. Still got houses for people to move into. But not as many anymore. Once everything is in place, we'll see what we need and then extend based on demand. Megadas 19, hello. Hello, Thinklike. Welcome. I think Mega Monkey has triggered something catastrophic. I want to take my next long bike ride on Sunday. Curse you, Mega Monkey. Hello, Angry German. Welcome. Sunday would have been only a evening stream anyway, and only a race at that, but still. We'll see where our population lands after winter, and then make adjustments based on that. Hello, Neo Contra. Welcome. That too. You're not Scarlet. Localized, smaller universities to boost the higher education count would probably come in handy everywhere, with the loyalty focus being in the northeastern part in the university district, where education and higher education are taken care of with the most vigor, I guess. So maybe I should bring in another university. That would give people more to do. I would have to make some space for it though. Put a university next to the tram stop, then everyone would probably try to get to it, and that wouldn't be great. It would probably be too much. Hello, Matt Merlin. Welcome. No resources, steel. What are you talking about? Why is no one bringing steel here? Okay, they're trying to bring steel here, but it's taking a while, I guess. Well, set it up to 80% then. Our trains need to... Trams will have the right of way in either direction. Kelmic Ilreth. Hello, welcome. Population settling in at 15,500-ish, I guess, before October, where pollution and winter will start. Oh wow, our loan capacity is almost lower than the amount of money we have. Only 200 billion, and we're higher than our loan capacity. The amount of higher educated citizens should be going up now, with that extra university slowly picking up pace. And I hope the trend is going to be positive now. Basic education is trending up a lot. See how it goes. Hello Tilausius, welcome. 50k? Yes. Settlement is growing. I think before winter hits I would like to finish the grand monuments. Let's get them started. We don't have to do it fast, I guess. Higher education is a higher priority than finishing the grand monuments. We're not really waiting for party officials, they're waiting for extra staff. Okay, these towers apparently can catch on fire. That is news to me. That's rough. Hello George Rockland. Welcome. Happiness at 63%. Pollution's gonna kick off big time in 1.5 months. Start to mid-October. But for now everything seems to be going well. And even for the higher pollution, it should be fine. At some point we'll probably have to plan the extra warehouse area. We'll probably be nested in maybe... I mean, this was supposed to be a heating plant. But if this is a heating plant, then the industrial area could also be close to that. It's very far away.
Meltdown imminent.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Okay, you just reminded me of something. I'm gonna regret that. Let's see how bad it gets. Always remind you of something negative. Well, it was a sound alert, so it makes sense. Hello, Super Dino. Wrong person. I don't want to click it right now. I kind of want to click it. Let me test it. I'm going to turn off the sound. Yep. Apparently that's going to go on the list. Let's see. Okay, let's see whoever finds this. Well, that's gonna be a surprise, I guess. I might... Okay, it's gonna be limited to once per stream. Okay, twice per stream with an 1800 cooldown timer. But it might be once per stream, because that thing is probably more annoying than the Titanic flute. And I might have to adjust the volume. Anyway. Research of grand monuments, 10% done. I should be done with this sometime next year. Early next year, I think. Happiness back below 62.5, I guess. That's okay. In 1 month time, pollution development will go back into winter mode and the heating plants will kick into gear. Let's eat something. Fish and cucumber salad, Hawaiian and cold tea. That sounds like a plan. Some housing development next to this university so we can run more people through the technical university would also help. We need to have some highly educated people living in this area that can complement the staff that we're sending to this area already. But right now I'm waiting for the grand monuments. It's not going to help with the maximum loyalty, but it's going to help with the minimum loyalty. We can deploy that next to the orphanages, for example, which could help next to the generic universities that are for everyone, not for the higher loyalty ones. That would help. Pollution yet. Good for the grocery kiosk in here. I'm not opposed to that. Although we already have a grocer, so I am kind of opposed to that then. Sometimes the large shopping center fluctuates heavily. We could put a larger shopping center in the area. Maybe they're looking for a place to buy clothing. And I guess... what if we just don't sell clothing here and put a dedicated clothing store down? So this was gonna serve as like a... it's gonna serve as people like a big grocer. Most people coming in here do want food, or food and meat only. Which basically indicates that we're short a grocer or two, since some people will walk to the large shopping center instead of a grocer. And they should prefer a grocer if they only want food and or meat. But that doesn't seem to be happening right now. Wow, almost up to 16,000, huh? Maybe I should plan for the other heating plants then. We needed 2 heating plants for this area, and I think we have that ×2. Depending on how much we need for the new warehouse area. We probably need another 3 heating plants. Maybe 2. I think the coal will probably go behind the residential buildings and just get carried through the area. Heating plant maybe on this junction. We should plan for it so we know that the coal conveyor isn't going to be in the way. Well, if that would work, huh? Unlikely with the road connection. Unless we relocate the train track and put it closer to this road. That would be a cool place for a heating plant. I don't know if we can hook it up to a conveyor though. I guess past the rail construction area. But there's also the footpath from the steel mill. We can probably hook up people walking into the steel mill on that side and not the ignore this connection or the tunnel. Just hook it up into the tunnel and they can find their way in from that. I guess we'll remove this train track and see what we can do. Bring the train track closer to the road and see if we can plan for a heating plant where the road goes over the train track. There's not that much traffic over this area, so I feel like that would be possible. I hope it works. If not, it just means we have to rebuild the train track. And we can make it more aligned with the road connection, which is going to look nicer. And then maybe integrate the footpath as well. I might do this side as well. Get a little bit further away from the end station, I guess. Shouldn't take too long. So the heating conveyor is going to poke past the rail construction area. And if it works, we'll have to see. And side feeds into the heating plant. Maybe we can... No, I don't think we can fit the storage here. That's going to be asking for too much. But the storage could be on this side of the road. Conveyor into heating plant. I think that should be doable. And then the other conveyor just cuts through here, in between the housing. And the last heating plant could be somewhere in the north, allowing us to commit more heating around the rail construction office. And then maybe a third heating plant somewhere for the southwestern end. I think some larger scale planning is probably not the worst idea. So if the heating infrastructure is in place, then we can plan other things off of that. I guess no, it can't go sideways. And then we would have issues with... Would we have issues? Well, we wouldn't have issues if we can feed the coal in from that side too. The plan was this. Let's see if we can make this work. And also make sure that the heating plant connections can be used off of that. So they don't get prevented by the factory connection. They struggle a little bit, but they seem to work alright. If we need them. Not necessarily true. And then road with footpaths. And then the train track has to go over this again. Somewhere along the road here. Past this junction. And we might put a fire station on this side too. So we have the fire station across the train track on the heating plant. I don't think it's necessary because, like I said, barely any rail traffic going through here. Definitely not constantly. So I don't think I have to worry about that. But it's a consideration. And then try for the conveyor. Has to be elevated. I guess that one has to go over the train tracks into a storage. So the conveyor probably has to be on this side as well. But the heating plant needs to be moved forward a little bit, I think. Unless we just build two conveyors, I guess. We can bring it out a little bit to the side. Definitely hook it up with footpaths. Which I guess is okay. Does not like the rail corner that close to the road connection, I guess. I'm gonna move the heating plant slightly forward. Conveyors are pain and suffering. Hello, Erebus. Conveyors are fun. Once they're set up, they look cool. I think this looks okay. Let's try again. The rail connection, I will have to place the conveyor first and see if the train tracks can wiggle through somehow. Seems unlikely. Only mods I have are pretty much all conveyor towers, so it's easier to manage, I guess. Let's see if we can. Oh, let's see if we can place this conveyor engine closer to the building, and then bring the heating plant out to match. What we can get away with. We will currently not go over the train tracks, so that will have to be changed. Unless you go over the train tracks if we build you first, I guess. Yes, indeed. Maybe it'll work. Maybe. It'll work beautifully. Look at that. Excellent. So this is gonna be our heating plant connection. How fancy do I want this to be? This is asking for too much. Fire station's gonna be out here. Surrounded by residential buildings. Aggregate storage will need an output conveyor, unless we want to use a different one. One with an elevated conveyor connection could be used. Do I want to redo this rail connection too? Sort of. Not really. At least not right now. Like I said, it's not that important. Can be done easily. The rail vehicle production is not always running. This is running based on demand if we want to set up new vehicle lines. We're still at 15,800 people, and we're in November now. Population drop has not happened yet. This is going to be another year where the population is not going to drop? That would be crazy. So probably 2 more conveyor engines to hook this up through this area. And then heating plants can hook up in either direction off of this. This conveyor engine could basically hook up 2 more storages, which go to the other 2 heating plants. So we could centralize our coal storage here and just have the conveyors feeding into the heating plants. Because the coal storage for the heating plant, I guess, doesn't really have to be next to the heating plant. Which I guess means we could make this a large coal storage that is shared between all the 3 heating plants in the area. But if we do that, then as soon as there's a shortage, we're gonna get only 1 warning message. And there might be 3 heating plants failing. 50% of the city's heating plants. Why is population still going up? We're in winter. So weird. So yeah, we could have another coal storage here. That conveyors out to the 2nd heating plant, nested into this nook, providing heating for an extension in the north, and then 1 heating plant out on this side with a coal storage nested in sideways. Just need road connections for them. I guess that would be a nice idea, because then I don't have to figure out a room for the heating plant and the coal storage next to it. Just the heating plant with the fire station, and the coal storage is going to be right next to the rail production. So the last thing we have to do is set up the conveyor line, and then the rest can be residential buildings, I guess. Do something like this. Could be done with 2 conveyor engine, leaves room for residential housing, minimizes the use of terrain in this area. The conveyor engines would be hooked up to a footpath that leads along. And there would be at least 2 more fire stations, one on the inside here. Although, no, I guess these 2 would be fine. And one on the main road for the trams. That's kind of what I'm going for. We can make this very smooth by using the measurement tool, drawing a line from conveyor output to conveyor input, and then just placing our other conveyor on that line. And that should make it pretty smooth. Can line it up with that. Furthest distance. Pause that. Don't build that yet. Make sure this lines up. It doesn't. We can turn this and also make it go smooth. So we want this to be sideways, so it can hook up into both directions. I guess I'll have to move the other one again, but that's okay. Just try and get it about the right direction. This seems to be about right. Hopefully that's not going to be too long. Seems about right. Nope, that still works. That means we can try again. And now move this a little bit and line it up with the measurement line again, and this time it connects to both directly. Even better. So about here, I guess. I think that'll do. That's going to be our coal supply for the heating plants. Maybe flip this tower to have the footpath on the other side, so it can all be one smooth footpath. I thought the other side would make more sense, but I think this is better. Okay. Okay, this doesn't line up the way it should. There we go. That would be the coal distribution, feeding plant number 2, 3 and oh. It's heating plant number 4, 5 and 6 to be built, which we can do off of the existing conveyor engine, which would be the last one for the coal distribution. And 2 more storages, one going out to the left, west. Coal storage on the conveyor engine. Heating plant somewhere on this road, and the other heating plant up here with the storage also on this conveyor engine, and just being carried over into the heating plant. And then a fire station nearby to deal with the conveyor engines, somewhere on this footpath would do well. Okay, we've dropped 200 citizens, I guess, but it's only December. It's still resisting a lot against the pollution. Quite impressive. Good amount of workers in those heating plants now. And yeah, research early next year. I don't think it's gonna finish this year, but it's making good progress. Another waste wagon that didn't get auto replaced for some reason. Yeah, that should minimize the space requirement. Leaves room for residential development all the way up to the industry. Footpath wise, I guess we can not use this. This is too much. Yeah, it goes all the way up to that. So maybe we can use the footpath over here and allow people to walk into the steel mill on that side. We can probably make that work. Maybe even off of this one. Beautiful. but not really what we want. Maybe we can figure something out. Oh, maybe if I finish the train track later. Although it might complain now if I do this. No, it's still okay. Okay. Can we do something with that? That might be the clever play if we set it up like this. Because then the game thinks we have a nice smooth footpath length in place here that we can hook it up to get a 90-degree corner off of the straight path here. I think that does it. Almost. I should use the measuring tool to get a straight line in. There we go. And then I can set it off of that. This is flush with the house wall, approximately. So if I set this up to the right side of that, we should get a nice smooth corner. And now it's way too close even. But this is the right way. Yeah. This is the way to do it. Then this one connects in here just because. We got ourselves our footpath that now just needs to hook into this side. Et voila. Magic. Inject the footpath in there, and then people can walk into the steel mill from the heating plant area, as well as the mechanical component factory. For the road vehicle production, we'll see if we also want people to go into this one. That shouldn't be a problem because we have an underground footpath. We can also set up a pedestrian crossing and just let them walk in here somewhere. Nope, there's no room. Tunnel it would be then, I guess. Research done, 4th of January. Early 2002. Perfect. 2 redstone monuments for now. Decent areas. Covering the steel mill and the settlement entrance for the train track. Yeah, I don't think they need sidewalks into the waste storage. It's not for well, it might be for residential. There's a lot more staff and party officials in here now. Should run through a lot of highly educated workers. The numbers haven't dropped yet, even with the population drop. Higher education seems to be on the way up. Okay, it looks like we were much higher with higher education and we had a drop. It is not counting the children in the amount of workers. Here it says 3,370. Here it says 3,560, so we know about 200 people are waiting to grow up and move into the workforce. And I'm happy that worked. That looks pretty good. Yeah, if the population stays over 15,500 for most of the year, then we definitely have the capacity to extend our population more. I don't know if the water sewage setup is going to be enough to run housing in this whole area. It's a pretty big location. Other options include setting up the next sewage treatment plant to deal with the western side, and then maybe the separation of the city is going to be not north to south but slightly diagonal here. Sewage treatment, sewage discharge treatment. We could also split it up into multiple smaller ones, but the big one proved quite capable. Okay, the big one is running full if there's not enough workers. That is a concern. It shouldn't be more than... Oh, pollution is 14%. That's pretty low. Oh no, that's the output. 50% pollution. Which is exactly what we can treat. So it should be able to run at 100% capacity. I was only running 34% with that many people right now. I wonder why. That's curious. Yeah, sewage is... It's gotta be... We gotta tread careful on the sewage setup. Oh, it's undergoing maintenance. That explains it. Yeah. The sewage treatment plant is undergoing maintenance. That's right, I can't overload this with 100%. It has to be 70% at most. Which means 150-ish at most. Which we are already at. I mean, it has a decent amount of input. But if... No, I don't think we can rely on the buffer. It shouldn't take that long for maintenance. Oh my god. One large sewage treatment plant for like 16,000 citizens? That's a lot. Okay, there's the population drop. Haven't had that in a while. No, it's not that high still. But the new population wave from last year and the year before are slowly growing older and are becoming susceptible to pollution themselves. And then the last storage would be, I guess, on this side. Come on, you can hook that up here. That'll be fine. And we might have to have a road connection going underneath the conveyor, so this footpath will have to be separated. That'll be our coal storage hub for the heating plants, and we only need to run out a conveyor engine plus the heating plant itself, and it should be possible to hook them up off of this hub. A fire station could be built nearby, together with housing, and that should protect the setup. But I think for the extra heating, we will have to set up the nearby centralized coal storage. To figure out an area where I can get the road connection across. Some workers over here will have to bring people to a fire station that protects the whole setup. So we'll probably have a footpath crossing or a tunnel. And then it's just going to be a coal unloading station 1 and a coal loading station 1 with probably, I guess we only need two loading gates. And all connections will run over the same 2 train tracks here. They would just loop around to the western end and then split up. I think we need up to 4 trains bringing coal in from the border, and then 2 trains going from the city back and forth to this area. I only need a single line for unloading. And a single line for loading either. I guess if there's an issue I need 2 loading gates for loading. But a single line for unloading plus a bunch of waiting lines. It'll need its own power connection too. We'll have to set up a waiting yard. Unloading is probably going to happen somewhere in this area. Waiting yard for an expandable amount of trains, and then the loading is going to be just come in, load off of the storage and go back out and go into the city. Just snake back through. At that point we could also conveyor the resources into the central area, and I don't want to tear down the train tracks. I think they should stay. Managing the coal outside the central hub is going to be important though. Okay, we dropped below 15,000 citizens. Pollution is kicking in a little bit. There we go. That's a population drop. Sewage treatment plant is back to 100% efficiency. All good. But yeah, that could cause problems already. There's more people needed in the kindergarten. That should sort itself out. I guess we'll build this. Fire station would not be accessible yet, though. I need residential. I need people living up here before we can build this. Housing first. We have this planned for when people have moved into the area, but not yet. Hello, Diamic. Welcome. Doesn't look proper. No. Ah, that was too much. That's okay. Let's see. So that's a red dot width away. Which will place it about here. That should do. Come on. It's too well placed. There we go. Slightly too close. Maybe walking bridge, make it more beautiful? No. This is supposed to be the service access for the coal distribution to the last heating plants for the city center. We're gonna have to up to 3 heating plants off of this area, each with their own storage. And this is where the coal distribution will end. So coal is going down to the south and coming back around to the west of the steel mill, One heating plant should be somewhere around here, which will hopefully have the ability to heat most of the northern area. I guess we need another heat exchanger up here. But then another heat exchanger here too. Maybe we'll move it slightly. But that's the plan. Keep the heating plants closer to the industry. Soviet style monuments being set up. I don't know if this is going to be a tram loop. It wasn't really intended to be one. I don't know if we set up housing here, then people can get everywhere where they need to go. There was supposed to be tram stops on this side of the road, which might be enough. Can probably get a connection from this tram stop to go across the train tracks and then service this area a little bit. Just a smidge. Right now the stop isn't really used for passengers or students. But then it would have a purpose. Definitely a stop needed here. And potentially the connection back into the inner road. Do I redo this train track right now? I think it would be nicer if it were to be a little bit more angular, matching the end station shape. Sure, I guess we can try. Still need more staff in the university. Back down to 3,200 highly educated. Hello, Thorgrim. Welcome. Beautiful traffic jam. I'm sure that's gonna have no repercussions whatsoever. Like a non-running fire station next to our rail vehicle production line is probably gonna be fine. You know what? We're gonna go into storage. Let the other rail construction vehicle deal with that. Upgrading railroad. Making it prettier, since we're setting up our heating plant here. The next heating plant location has been determined, and it fits between the steel mill and the rail vehicle production. So we're going to carry extra coal up to this area into 3 storages. First storage going to the next heating plant in this location. Extra heating plant for the northern area, and 1 more heating plant for the western area, being supplied by the other 2 storages in the distribution location. That's where the last 3 heating plants for the city center are going to be. So tech for better railroads? Yes. Electrified wooden train tracks or prefab panel tracks. But the prefab panel tracks are too modern for the city. We wouldn't use those. We can get this rail connection over the road here again. Was a pretty tight fit, huh? There we go. Chain signal will only let trains through if the next signal is green. Only if this one is green would a train be allowed to move through here. Okay. What tech are you planning to get next? I don't really see many techs left. Maybe the electrified wooden train tracks. First aid education would help people keep themselves alive a little bit longer. Increased birth rate would help us with dealing with catastrophes, I guess. Maybe the increased birth rate is going to be the next one. Industries we don't need, logging and oil. Pressure for the pipeline is not that important. 1934 is too modern. Bauxite could be an option, but I have no demand for another industry. Airport, we don't have any old aircraft, so that's not really going to help. This is all too modern. Too modern. Fertilization, we don't have any farms. This is the electrified train track, pre-1930. Could get radio, but we are not selling any electronics. Fire prevention we could get. I guess that would be kind of helpful. Tourism. I have no intention really to start with tourism. Because that's going to increase our food demand significantly. Alright, I'm gonna take a drink. Drop below 15,000, but not too much. But that's more of a normal population drop, I guess. 1,000 people, huh? Yeah, 1,000 people. Could change the shape of the road a little bit. That was just for pre-planning purposes. And then set up a sewage treatment plant nearby. Or flatten up the terrain higher up. Sewage discharge in this lowered area could happen. The discharged sewage should not be heavily polluting. We didn't discharge it here because it was too steep. That would have been a nightmare to try and put some discharges in. But these ones could be on a short path. That would actually be doable. Yeah, we'll elevate this area to the same height. I can probably use a fast method. And then plan for the sewage treatment plant, the next one up here. And then we need water treatment plants as well, where the water can probably be pulled from this island, which will hopefully be out of range of pollution. Depends on what happens once we have the heating plant set up. It shouldn't be too bad. So then all sewage pipes for the western part of the settlement, probably along this segmentation line, maybe a little bit further curved in. Has to go to the other treatment plant. And then we can set up the other sewage distribution. Sewage discharges down in this location. Sort of that way. Much easier, shorter sewage discharge route. I'm not sure if we're gonna have anything on this island. Probably with smaller heating plants we could build something up there. Some decentralized communes, I guess. A little bit too close to the train track, it doesn't want to place the pillars. We could use the same end station and not put another junction in. And they could reuse the same end station. And if we manage to put a vehicle repair station in place, then it's going to be even better. So we can also run tram repairs in the area. That would prevent a future connection directly straight through if we built the repair station here. But I think I'm okay with that. Workers would arrive here by tram themselves until we have housing in the area. Not all trams should undergo repairs at the same time, so the supply of workers should be guaranteed, I think. And this end station could be used by multiple trams then, because it would also provide repairs. Plus we could have more end stations around here. Could have another one on the outside and maybe one on this side. So we can do some more distribution off of the same repair station. It's only a small repair station, I think, but I don't see that as a problem. I think a large one would be oversized. But we have used large repair stations here. No, this is a small one. Yeah, just multiple smaller repair stations I think is okay. At some point we can put another repair station in that doesn't do trams and just help with the vehicle repairs if there's a general issue. Sorry about that. Some delays are gonna be to be expected right now, but the train track can be built that way, I think. And the road as well. Very sharp incline for the higher educated. Seems to be trending upwards again, comparing the last 2 years. But extra university will pay for itself. Let's speed up the rail construction a little bit. There's a fire here. That would be regrettable. If we can just throw more workers at this and get the rail construction vehicle through the area a lot faster. Rail construction workers would also be unloaded by tram, but currently they can't get here. I'm going to send them through real quick. So at least a couple get unloaded. Not fast enough, I guess. But you arrived in time. There we go, got some speed. Better than before. Line spacing will take some time to even itself out again, but this is the only piece of track that's in the way of the trams for now. Yeah, steel mill is running quite fast. Just get them back on the road, so we can set this back up to variable line spacing. Still have to determine where all the tram stops are gonna be. Maybe there will be one on this side. We already have one close by. The outer route will also have a tram line going for it, and it might connect back to the inner area in this location. Could connect to the tram road right next to the rail vehicle production. Back to variable line spacing. Loyalty is still trending downwards. I thought we reversed it. I guess the first conveyor engine can be built because it'll be protected by the existing fire station. Anything on this side will need a new fire station with some housing nearby, off of the existing heating plant. So fire station somewhere here, or even all the way up to this junction. But we have another fire station plant there already, so I guess there will be a fire station at the crossing. Oh, you almost finished it. 6 work days. All good. And I guess that's rail construction for now. We could set up a prison next to the repair station and run the repair station with prisoners. Make this a very large repair, or like a large repair station, medium-sized. And then run it with prisoners and give them some prison work to do. Can still change that. Doesn't necessarily mess with the layout of the road. Yeah, we're slowly going towards applying what we learned on the eastern side of MegaCity 19 Center to the western side, and we should be able to hopefully make a smooth transition in populating this area of the settlement. It's going to be a slow process, but we'll set up water, sewage, heating, and slowly feed in workers from the southeast that will then run the sewage system and water purification. Water drawn from water wells on this embankment. At least that's the current plan. I guess once we have people living here, the heating plant next to the rail vehicle production and rail construction office could also supply heating, so we can start extending the settlement area from the universities, which would be more in line with running workers to the water treatment and sewage treatment production facilities. Because this is all service area. There can be attraction buildings here, shopping center. The warehouse would need to be somewhere. We would have to run another rail line into the city, shunting food, clothing, alcohol, meat. I don't know if we need to shunt other things like repair materials. I think repair materials can all be done off of this area. Maybe it's enough to supply food to everything. So far it seems to still be okay. We'll have to wait and see. It is quite busy. But the layout with the focus on right-hand turn onlys, except for... what was the exception? This area, left-hand turn out of the service area. Doesn't intersect with anything else because only vehicles that want to go into the area all straight through go through this. But there's This is the only left-hand turn, and there's not that much traffic yet that it becomes a complication, I guess. Wondering if I should add 2 more auxiliary coal trains that are shorter. We could add 2 more trains of 320-meter length. Well, maybe only 1. No, it would mess things up. I guess we could fill this area with short coal trains and then have a rerouting where we add another waypoint where it has to go back to the left track, and then the short coal trains can also run off of this. But that would prevent overtaking in the area again by the trains exporting vehicles. We could remove the green strip and put more parking lines in for coal trains. Guess we can set up the footpaths and roads, but I will wait with the buildings until we have actual fire protection in the area. The one next to the heating plant near the steel mill would be the first. And then that can be built. Everything else should be relatively close by. So as soon as we have this fire station up and people working in it, then it should be okay. We could put an underground tunnel here and bring some people in by footpaths from the trams arriving in the area, so we could start things early. It's a bit worrying how well this all fits here. Ah, there we go. Not quite as easy, okay. This tunnel was not planned to have another output on this side. So I guess we could set up a secondary tunnel. I don't think we can run a bridge across the heating plant. I mean, that would be cool if that worked. Steel bridge. But the room here is quite narrow. And that is a factory connection. That would be in the way. So I think the only solution would be a tunnel. I can relocate this footpath to hook up to the northern entrance. Or the eastern entrance of the footpath, I guess. I don't know if we need... It would help us supply workers to that fire station immediately. Run the heating plant, maybe a grocer, and put people living here already, which could then go to the tram stop and return to the city for services. So in a sense, that would be quite a cool addition, I guess. I guess. Why not? Hello, Scarlet. Welcome. I think we have to redo this footpath. And maybe just hook it up to the new footpath tunnel. And then they might still be able to access everything. This should be enough. couple fewer workers in the road vehicle production, I guess, is okay. Let's do that. It's gonna take a while to demolish. Tons of scrap. And then maybe they can reach everything walking across the other tunnel connection. We'll measure that. I'm slowly planning with the extension of the western settlement, getting some basic infrastructure ideas in place. Heating, water, and sewage. So the rail route, tram route. The end station would go in the way again. I guess we can go through here again. Visit the stop again. Load everyone but workers. And then drop everyone out of the tram. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, what's going on? It has happened again. It has happened again. I hate it. Just a massive traffic jam throughout the whole city. Those jams, they stink, literally. Yeah. That's a problem. That's gonna have some rippling after effects for sure. Hello, Savanakis. Welcome. Hope you're well, besides the horse apocalypse. Yeah, we're doing okay. It was just a bug with a construction office sending out all the vehicles and then getting stuck, and that clogged up everything. And now our trams are gonna be on the wrong timer for a while, and people won't get to where they need to go. Unfortunately. Yeah. If everything gets stuck, then all the vehicles are in the same place. And another horse carriage at 100% wear and tear. Oh no, come on. Extinguish the fire. Okay. And here come the after effects of distribution vehicles not getting to the buildings fast enough after the massive traffic jam. Only the restaurant so far, and thankfully the market hall here is supplied by train. Fix your line spacing. Food not present because machine replacement is ongoing in the food factory right now. And with the traffic jam that has been delayed. So this is our first warning. We don't have any food right now in the output. Meaning that other trains that want to load food for the city are now also waiting here until loaded. Next thing to run out would be the goods station and our warehouse area, and then our 3 warehouses would be last before the shopping center is actually affected. We're gonna set up a small repair station, construction office, and a warehouse in this area, I think. So that this is less of an issue in the future. (9:30), perfect time for construction work. Traffic jam has slowly unclogged itself. seems okay. Over 16,000 citizens now. Population did increase again. Half a month until winter. Until pollution is in full swing, I mean. These conveyors will need electricity later on, but that's for the future. What about to build a music shop or theater or cinema or casino? We have a theater and we have a cinema. Got a cinema. And a Republic Theater. No music shop or casinos though. Music shops, I guess, would be artisanal.
Wow.
Yeah. I like that. Okay, the trains are slowly piling up who want to pick up food. Building repairs ongoing. One more machine component. And there it is. Thought we had the police in the area. I guess I removed it. Anyway, it's working again. Gonna take some time to pick back up the pace. Start delivering to the city. I mean, the supply to the market hall here is running by train, but it's the same warehouse. So in a sense, that one is even more directly connected to the food factory. That's for the bourgeois, not the great people of the Soviet Republic giving their blood, sweat and tears for your great leader, Breitschwert. Indeed. Yep, that's for the market hall. Other train is about to leave as well. Back to variable timing everywhere. Okay, looks like we caught up with the food production again. This is a train going to the market hall, and we just sent out the other train, which still has 33 tons of food left. This train was sent out when the other one was at 0, or like less than a ton. And this one will fill up the one that just arrived before the other one has run out of food. And then we should be back to normality. Still gonna get the warning for the lack of food every now and then, but that's okay. And yeah, like I said, we could set up a warehouse here and store maintenance materials for the food factory directly in the area, which would then also be used for repairing the incinerators. It could come in quite handy. Maybe that would finally give a purpose to the previous area of the ash disposal that we don't really need anymore. Not even as a backup. Set up a warehouse, set up a steel storage, mechanical components, electronic components, some construction materials, a tiny amount, and they can be used for repairing buildings in the area. I mean, yeah, I think I want that. Even if the construction materials for bricks and boards are down here, I'm still gonna bring a couple over. It's gonna free up a lot of space. Not sure if it'll change anything. Once the goods station is back full on food, then the trains are going to run slower, and that will give the food factory some time to build up its own stockpile again. And in the future, maintenance of that building will be happening a lot quicker, hopefully. It'll also benefit the waste incineration and the power plants. Still raining, huh? You know, Scarlet, maybe it would be better if you were inside when it's raining and not outside drinking tea or coffee. Just a recommendation. Hello, Carpath Ice. Welcome. Tomorrow looks like it's going to be a bunch of test game showcases again. It was rain in streamer. Oh, didn't know that it affected you. Doesn't she put the coffee machine on the stairs and sort of get bird fed with the coffee below it? Maybe. Now you're making marshmallows in the rain? Oh my god. I mean, if it works, I guess. How many workers can we put into the steel mill? Not that we're exporting steel right now, but we could. I could be sending out one vehicle exporting steel and one vehicle exporting vehicles, I guess. Road vehicles. $200 workers in the steel mill in the city center without any housing next to it yet. That's gonna be good for pollution, right? I guess we can set up one train for steel exports. So the workers have something to do. You're being repaired right now. 5 flatbed cars plus a train engine. We need 5 flatbed cars, please. Let me know when it's done. We'll send out the train to pick them up. And we'll export steel directly from the steel mill with a single train. Up to 3,650 almost highly educated workers in November. Probably gonna drop again, but I think that's higher than last year at the same time. Much higher. So the new university seems to be working alright. We'll have to intersperse that into the city and make a generic amount of highly educated citizens available for the general public. Hospitals and police stations. Loyalty is not going to be in focus anymore, but it'll still be on the back burner and eventually it might kick off again. So if we have one train loading steel, that means 2 lines might be blocked and another train can still go through the steel mill, bypassing the waiting trains. There should be no 3 trains waiting here blocking other trains from going through. It should be okay. Still need that one kindergarten, I guess. This one's already full. I guess a kindergarten could fit here easily. kind of want to change you to already do the steel export, and then the next train would help with the vehicles again, so we'll change you up. I'm gonna load from the steel mill. Steel. Machine replacement? Nope, just temporary pause, I guess. So yeah, on Sunday, probably only an afternoon, evening stream, and it's only going to be a race stream. I don't think there's going to be another one. Tomorrow should be probably normal. The steel export train could be longer, but it's mainly here so that the workers in the steel mill still have something to do. It could be too much, I guess, if we just export too much steel. But hey, at least we're exporting something. Need more money. We were supposed to not build this yet. Actually, no, that one is fine, sorry. That one is technically in range of the fire station here and could be protected. It's not really needed to be built yet because it doesn't have any electricity, but could build it. Doesn't go anywhere. I'll pause it. I'll keep it paused, it's fine. But the traffic jams from the construction offices getting blocked up hasn't happened in a long time. Seems to be a rare occurrence, but I'll have to keep an eye out on it. Still not sure what causes it. Probably an autosave at the same time as everyone getting sent out. If we want people living in this area, protecting the heating plant, running the fire station, then we will need electricity here, water and sewage as well. We still have the connection that I brought in that was supposed to run part of this, maybe not all of it. So maybe we can do that with the existing connections. And then power will have to go into the conveyor. Single power substation will provide power to all the towers, I think. Somewhere here. Doesn't have to supply it to the industries. Up to the height of the crossing here. Power substation somewhere in the center. Or along the road, and then another one next to the vehicle depots. That's okay too. At the beginning we were scared running this at 50 workers because of pollution and all that. And now we're running it with however much it wants, up to 150 so far. And just dealing with the pollution. Although it's getting pretty rough. I wonder if there's going to be a new low for the average lifespan in these houses. I'm sure they'll be fine. Average age is 32, so majority of people is below the average lifespan drop that we're expecting, which is at most I think 45. Shouldn't be worse than that. Steel export train on time. You know, this train could unload, which would push the resources, I think, into the external storages. But we don't have to do that, it's fine. At least not yet. Seems to be like we're producing sufficient amounts. Would be a consideration though if we at some point feel like we can't balance the steel. Then the train would wait until loaded, unload as much as it can, wait until loaded again, and then export. That would push steel into all the surrounding buildings, I think. Yeah, I guess we'll build up some housing, plus the heating plant, plus power lines connecting everything. wires. Guess the tram line is having some issues. That should set up power everywhere in this area. On the inner side, water and sewage not guaranteed yet, but power is present everywhere. For this we would have another power switch, and then up here. And yeah, the coal supply plus the heating plant would also benefit off of the power supply, and then I guess once the fire station is up we could run the whole conveyor. Probably even remove the checkbox and make it work without, but that doesn't take into account the amount of population we have guaranteed and the fluctuations. I'll rather run the checkbox, which gives me a guaranteed amount of higher education. Even if the university becomes overloaded at some point, it's always going to make higher education happen. No traffic jams right now. All seems to be going well. Hello, Oprah. Welcome. Food factory has caught up and we have some food reserve in the storage again. Distillery was also recently repaired. Rail production is done. Pull the train cars out. And set up a new vehicle for, well, vehicle exports. If we have to. Maybe a single line is fine already. Most workers were in the rail vehicle production right now, so they should go back to the road vehicle production / steel mill. I guess the ones we're currently delivering by tram can't get into the road vehicle production line, so it's a little bit undersupplied with workers, and the steel export makes more sense. But once the demolition of the footpath here is done, the footpath tunnel, then we can see if the new path with this underpass will make more sense. The one that will lead to the heating plant fire station on the opposite side of the factory connection, as well as another entry point to the steel mill and mechanical component factory, as well as the road vehicle production far along. 274 meters. If this together from the tram stop through this line is less than 130 meters, it'll be doable. Where's the train I sent out? Coaling, I guess? Coaling. And if it doesn't work, then we have to rebuild the footpath, but from the other footpath connection. But I think it'll work. Shame we can't use this one. Oh wait. I can jank it. I could jank it, but I think that would feel a bit cheesy. And cheeky. Wie lange haben Sie für die Gründung Ihrer Sowjetrepublik gebraucht? We started in 1880. And since we had to build the MegaCity 19 center with horse carriages and trains, we had set up an alternative settlement. And I think it was about 1940 or so when we laid the first building in this city. I'm not exactly sure anymore, I would have to go into the VOD and check. But we were running quite a while before the city center for the MegaCity actually came online. We're not trying maximum efficiency, we're trying realistic realistic approach, which in this case means setting up a city very close to the industry. And so we also use this settlement to learn how to deal with that. Deal with high pollution in residential areas and still have a functioning city. As you can see. These houses are suffering from a little bit of reduced life expectancy, but they're still working alright. Mostly. And the difficulty, of course, is set to highest except earthquakes, because if I also had to deal with earthquakes while learning this, it would be a bit too difficult for me. Or at least it would make our progress even slower. And it has the chance to randomly cause catastrophes that might completely wipe out the city. Like an earthquake, suddenly insta-demolishing the heating plants that are right next to residential buildings could be a problem. Might not be as easily recoverable. Especially if the horse carriages have to bring away the waste from the heating plant building and the also buried coal. 5 more waste pickups, and the footpath will have been demolished. And then we can try our alternative footpath setup. But hey, most of the city has been modernized in the sense of streetlights always, being present everywhere. They have been put in most areas. Streetlights on pedestrian paths are not present everywhere yet, but they could also be moved in up here. I guess we'll set this up to 45%. And I don't know if this makes sense. It needs to be on the same level as the university here. We don't want to have a generic supply of students that want to go to the university but never will get through. But I would be okay with piling up citizens who have more than 45%, I guess, if they have a little bit of a delay in their studies. Because they can go to a university that should have spare room for them. That's why it's there. Yep, steel mill at half capacity. Let the pollution push through our residential buildings and see what happens. 47 years of life expectancy. I mean, it can't really drop much more. But if we get below 40, then That would be pretty rough. I don't think it's gonna happen though. I don't know. Those emote combinations, Scarlet. They're beautiful. Yeah, we definitely need more workers going to the vehicle production again. Three more waste pickups. 3 trucks heading here. 2 more waste pickups. That's one of the waste trucks. Imagine average life expectancy of 47 years. Not much time to think about it. Now we can push it lower. Hello, Eskimo. Steel mill was only running at half capacity in total. There's still some more capacity. I'll probably push the pollution up a bit more. Last waste pickup. There we go. Now let's see if they can get back to the road vehicle production if we hook this up with the new footpath. They cannot. "185 meters is way too long. 185 plus 274 is 450 something. It needs to be 410 or less. 185. 266. Still not good enough. But I guess we have to rebuild for both tunnels. Then it would be okay. Average lifespan of 61. 49, 50. Holding. 48, 46, 45. And falling. Slightly. $11,247 people affected by pollution last month. It's a new record. And we're up to 3,600 highly educated if that maintains itself. Definitely trending upwards. Looking good. Pollution is still in full swing, since the heating plants are still needed. "46 years of life expectancy. Seems like it's improving again. Hello, Tumbling Satellite. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. How was Workers and Resources for you today? Welcome, Raiders. I'm the Spriteford. We're doing the same thing. This time you got me. I was just about to raid you, but no, not. I was planning on going a little bit longer. Thanks again for the raid. How was your stream? Welcome, Raiders. I'm the Spriteford. We're also playing Workers and Resources in our MegaCity run, where I'm trying to build a city at the center of the map using horse carriages and trains. Hello, Epak. Thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. Our goal for the settlement is to build a settlement at the center of the map in realistic mode, using only trains and horse carriages and some trucks. And we're running on the highest difficulty, but have earthquakes deactivated. Only a few reloads due to nonsense earthquakes. How's it Mega Building in here? Mega Building is doing pretty well. We started with, well, first of all, building the infrastructure towards the MegaCity. Oh, a train ran out of... no, a vehicle ran out. Food. Okay. I still need to set up a gas station up here at some point. Just gonna stay behind this vehicle. It's out of fuel. You never know. They may start moving. Well, they don't know that they're out of fuel. I don't remember if I have a no overtaking policy on that road. I don't think I do. Could be that I had a sign here, but no. But yeah, in our MegaCity we like long trains, because we need that for supply, because our city is quite far away from the border. We don't do any raw resource production, we're importing everything so far. I'll look for a bit. You get food in me. Alright. Enjoy your food. We like long trains, so you can see the 450 meter long trains every now and then, especially for coal supply and gravel. Coal in the city center for the heating plants. Heating network extends out from the unloading station via conveyor into up to 3 heating plants right now, with the future being 3 more heating plants from next to the rail vehicle production line, with the first one in that area currently being planned out to supply heating next to the rail vehicle production. And then one up further north and one in the west should hopefully complement the heating, so that we can run the whole area with houses. If we need to, we will also set up some smaller heating plants in the middle of the city that will assist heating during winter. Another thing we have learned in this republic is how to deal with pollution and how to make a city function with excessive amounts of pollution. Sometimes life expectancy dropping below 50, and in rare circumstances also below 45 years of age for the residents in houses close to pollution centers like the steel mill next to residential buildings, which causes a bit of pollution. Right now it's easing up because the heating plants don't have to run all the time anymore. I'm letting them run at 18 degrees Celsius, but you can see the pollution creeping into the urban environments. And also the area where the heating plant runs in auxiliary to the large ones that provide heating by heat exchanger. But since the heating plant was running over 70% capacity, the auxiliary heating plant was making sure that it didn't run into problems. So yeah, goal of our settlement: have a realistic looking settlement with industry at the center. The goal was 100,000 citizens, which is way too large. Currently at 15.2% towards that goal in the map center, using mainly horse carriages and trains with some trucks for auxiliary work. For example, trucks are used in our delivery area if we go to the source of this, well, first of all, food arrives here, fuel arrives, fuel gets pumped into the fuel tank, which is our source of fuel for the city. Food arrives in the station, as well as all the other elements. They get picked up by trucks and sent to the designated warehouses, with the food warehouse having 2 additional ones that we can enable should there be a shortage. Then we just flip the factory connections. But this is where trucks come in handy, because they can load a little bit more than a horse carriage, twice as much, and they run faster. And they don't have to slow down when they need to relax a little bit. So everything arrives at the station, gets distributed into the individual warehouses, and then the horse distribution offices pick up things and bring them to the shopping centers. Not for all of them though. Hello Schnitzel, thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. We have one shopping center that is supplied directly by train, because the shopping center is fairly big, and next to our tram main station there's a lot of people here that want to shop. Sometimes there's no one, sometimes there's a lot. So this area is supplied by a train directly, which waits until unloaded for food and supplies the meat into a dedicated storage that gets brought over by a truck, or like a horse carriage. I'm not exactly sure which one anymore. But that keeps the central market hall filled, which is also the source of some shopping centers nearby. And the queue isn't really that much of a problem, because if they go shopping for 8 hours and then go 8 hours to a cinema, they have nothing to do at home, so they can spend the full amount of time. That's okay. So a queue in front of the shopping center is not a huge issue at the moment. Food production is done locally. We're importing crops by train. This is our crop arrival area. We got 2 trains importing crops, one always unloading, the other one waiting until it's turn. And when one has unloaded, it goes back to the customs house, the other one can move in, and the production continues. The warehouse is a point of arrival for the crops. Main storage is the trains themselves, not the warehouse. It's just there for unloading and allowing the production facilities to pull the resources into itself. And then they push the alcohol and food back into the warehouse, which we then load from a dedicated cargo train station. This one doesn't load it directly from the distillery or the factory, only from the warehouse, so there's a tiny bit of excess that never really gets used, but that's not really a problem, because these trains will also export alcohol, so they will pull the alcohol out and export whatever gets left in the distillery. We do not export food though, barely have enough for ourselves. So trains come in here, pull out food and alcohol as needed. Then they go over to the clothing factory, pick up clothing. Another train delivers chemicals and fabric and electronic components. We pick that up too and bring it into the distribution area for the city. So we have a generic arrival area for our train that is outside of the city. And if there's a shortage, we get the warning message here first before the warehouse area starts running out. So we have a multi-stage system of: there's a chemical issue, there's not enough chemicals here anymore, I should do something. If I don't do anything, then this warehouse will start screaming at me, there's chemicals missing, you should do something pretty soon. And if I don't do anything here, this is where the trucks actually pick up. And this is our backup warehouse, which isn't really being used right now. So this will start screaming at me, hey, chemicals have run out. The sewage treatment and water treatment plant are on their last leg. I have a backup chemical storage that I can then turn on to get a little bit more time, but realistically I should start fixing the issue as soon as the first warehouse starts screaming at me, because at that point it's a delivery issue from the customs house to the local area. Could also be that there's resources in the delivery area, but the warehouse is missing resources, then the rail transportation from the outer city area to the inner city area is somehow disrupted. But that is a relatively short train route and shouldn't hopefully be a problem. This is steel export. So yeah, in this settlement we are trying to go against the grain where everyone says build your industries outside the city, make sure everyone is healthy. Let's try some more realistic approach where we just slap everything together and try and make it work. And the key factor to this is orphanages, because orphanages stabilize your population a lot. Every child in an orphanage is basically one saved from leaving your republic. They have had their parents either go to prison for a crime that they were sentenced for, or the parents died because of pollution, for example. And then the child, if it doesn't get picked up by an orphanage, just vanishes from the republic, probably being adopted by an external entity. But if you have an orphanage, they stay. Sometimes they're 20 and very close to actually joining the republic as a good workforce. Sometimes they're very young. So the more orphanages you have, the more capacity you have for pollution to actually not affect your republic that much. Yes, the parents might die at the age of 45 or 50, but at least their children will stay. So instead of losing 3 people, like a parent, 2 children, you only lose 1, the parent. And the children will grow up with government aid and join the workforce soon enough. So we have to run a couple orphanages. I think I have 7 right now. Two, 4, 6, 8. I have 8 orphanages. And the plan is to have more and more orphanages. Half the amount of citizens divided by 1,000 is what we want. So the amount of citizens divided by 2,000, I guess. 8 orphanages, 16,000 citizens. Our current plan is to set up some infrastructure around the steel mill location. New heating plant is being built up with a fire station and underground footpaths that will connect the area to the existing tram stop. And then we can bring up housing around this place, which basically means that we will have housing directly next to the steel mill and vehicle production line. It'll also get some orphanages going, but we want to see how bad it gets with residential building right next to industries. Because so far we've always left a little bit of a buffer. That coal storage and double rail line around the heating plant gave a little bit of a buffer to the residential buildings, but the heating plant is still very close to the housing. 120 meters is not that far. So yeah, I think we can probably push up housing right next to the industry. At least that's the plan. And then support it with orphanages and tram lines, which will bring them to our culture area, where we have a expo hall, we have a theater, we got a cinema, we got 2 shopping centers, and we got our tram platform where students can also get loaded and get carried over north to our university district, where we educate most people. It's not gone yet. This is our school where we try and boost loyalty. Teachers running in this school have more than 60% loyalty, trying to boost the loyalty of the students that are arriving here and preparing them for joining a university where they can join the workforce with hopefully more than 50% loyalty. We do not have any radio or TV stations. Those are strictly illegal in our republic. Initially, the settlement started right here. This is the first building ever built in the city for housing population. It had an auxiliary heating plant, there was a shopping center in the area, and this U shape with the clinic was pretty much the first location we set up with a... Well, there was also a dedicated fire station and some water and sewage tank outside, but here the city started in this area. The road came in across the river together with the train track because we knew we needed that for supplies. And it was built up to that city area. It's been probably over 50 years since that happened. This republic is a slow burn, slow process. But it's a lot of fun learning how to build a settlement with pretty high disregard for the pollution, because I haven't really seen that much in settlements on the highest difficulty. It's actually very interesting to be able to manage that. Underground, we're running clean water in from the island. We got 2 water wells with some water storage tanks that act as buffers. Pumping the water to water treatment plants. This is a secondary water treatment plant right next to the water wells that got set up as an auxiliary facility. The first water treatment plant was in the city and recently got reworked with an all-new layout, with also water output storage tanks for clean water, pumping it into the city area. Decent capacity, it's currently at about half its maximum capacity. We don't want to go over 70% of the total output. It's working very well. We also started using cableway cars in the city, bringing workers to the many industries that we have. Food production and distillery I already showed, but to the right of that we also have a construction sector, producing our own bricks and boards from imported goods, but still. And the steel mill is at the center of the city. So for an early start supply we have all the resources necessary, because prefab panels are not really used in our republic. We recently, well, 10-20 years ago, also got a little bit fancy with the cableway cars, sending them above residential buildings, and that worked quite well. No accidents yet. Seems to be working alright. So the cableway cars are here to feed workers to the industries. We got our power plants, imported coal. These currently provide power to the Republic. They have a capacity shared of 14 megawatts. Normally they can output 10, but we're planning for 14 because during maintenance they might go into productivity of only 70%. So that would be 7 megawatts, times 2 would be 14, is the most we're going to draw from here. And we're about at the halfway point, with the half of the city center being set up. So we'll have to set up another power plant at some point soon. PSCSE stands for Power Station Center Southeast. It's the power station for the center in the southeastern location. And I thought the abbreviation sounded kinda like something that would be named in an Eastern Bloc area at the time. I guess that's a broad overview. And yeah, we like long trains. There should be a long coal train incoming soon. I guess it's heading out right now. Long trains. We had an auxiliary settlement to get everything started. It was right next to the border, because we needed to earn money and more workers than the customs house could provide. So we had a settlement of about the size of, I think, 6,000 or 7,000 citizens, which got to be completely demolished as soon as the city center for the MegaCity was an equivalent size. And then we migrated everyone over and started demolishing everything cleanly. So now we don't need to do any maintenance here, other than occasionally we have to grab some vehicles that run out of fuel when they try to get to the the city center. I should set up a free gas station so they can get refueled, I guess. That would probably be not a terrible idea. Let me do that. We'll set up a gas station along the route, and then they should be able to refuel in the area. And occasionally a vehicle from the city will have to bring gas here. And maybe a horse feed. Both would be possible. Doesn't happen very often, but sometimes it does. And I'll send the trucks out instead of horse carriages. They can provide horse feed. Our fuel distribution is a different building though. I guess they're not doing crop distribution anymore. I'm going to send out the horse carriages that actually do our horse feed distribution for this city, which is these 3 buildings. They're running the horse feed. And maybe we'll have to have some even closer to the border because the horse feed runs out pretty quickly. And for fuel distribution, I showed the storage tank for the fuel. We got a couple fuel trucks, but also horse carriages that do fuel distribution. They run a shared business. Should people run out of fuel in Balashika, then yes, we would set up some more stations closer by, I guess. But for now, this should hopefully solve it a little bit more consistently. We don't use a lot of fuel. The majority of our vehicles is horse carriages and trains. But we do need some trucks here and there because the capacity of trains is the capacity of horse carriages is very, very low. And we already got tons and tons of vehicles running. The main road might not be full, but currently everything is focused on the city center. So the access roads to the cities are not that busy. I was thinking if we could run supply from the customs house to our city by horse carriages and use those roads to the fullest extent. And based on the traffic that we have in the city, I kinda threw that idea overboard. So yeah, I guess that's a brief overview of the MegaCity. We started in 1880, so we've already been at this for 123 years. And we have not modernized at all, still using early start equipment. And that's not gonna change. We also don't shy away from tearing down parts of the city and rebuilding them. Except maybe the water and sewage infrastructure. That one is kind of scary to mess with. Can affect a lot of things. Got our construction sector, south of the center. producing our own cement even, which we're exporting. Have a sawmill for arriving wood and a brick production. But we pump in some of the coal that arrives for the cement production, makes its way into the brick production. So we don't have to import construction materials directly from the border, we just import the raw resources and use some local workers to make ourselves the supply. And with the volume of buildings that we have right now, that definitely makes sense. Oh, looks like the removal of the buildings in this area has happened. Put a new road shape in here, otherwise retain most of the road setup. We want to have a new construction office in the area, plus some resource storages. The food factory was undergoing maintenance recently and it took a little bit longer than expected, so we had a warning message that the food ran out inside the warehouse. And I want to accelerate the maintenance of the building a little bit. A food shortage wouldn't be fun, at least not for the person running the city. Our coal yard, where arriving trains unload coal for the heating plant and or steel mill. Buffer storage is for each heating plant. Large storage for the steel mill, so the trains have some time to run to the border and pick up coal. Although they seem to be maybe insufficient right now. But then again, the heating is going to shut off pretty much this month. And then the coal trains only have to supply to fill up the storages and for the steel mill itself. That train is for the power plant. That train is for the steel mill. It's a coaling station here. The trains bringing coal to the steel mill also supply the coaling station that runs to coaling for the whole city. We do have a backup solution for that, but yeah, that is a pretty critical piece of infrastructure. If I have a bridge building for trains, can any ship pass it once built? Does it block the passage of building, not the real bridge? Bridges have a certain width for their pillars and a certain height, and they will block ships based on that. So we check, for example, this bridge with the measurement tool. This one has a height of 14.5 and a width of 20.9. You can check each of the gaps individually, and that'll give you the information of which ship can pass through or not. And it should also work with a blueprint. If you do something like this, and you use the measurement tool, you can see 29.2 height 33 height, and so on. So it does adjust, even for a blueprint. It's a workshop building, not a real bridge. I don't know if a workshop building has a pathing through it. That I don't know. You're asking the wrong person about mods from the workshop. I mean, there's one building in here, I guess that is a bridge sort of thing. It was a monument, I think. I've never built it. The Mostar Bridge. It's very tiny. I don't know if a ship would be able to go through that. We'll probably have to set up a quick save and try it out before actually using it. If we run the steel mill at this rate, I will have to set up the coal storage very soon. The idea from my side was to have an external unloading area for coal. So we store, for example, 5,000 tons of coal south of the city center. And then the trains that bring it to the heating plants like steel mill just pick up from this area. Have a very short trip, meaning that the supply in the city is very much guaranteed. And then we could have a variable amount of trains running from the customs house to the area outside of the city center. Because the city center is currently set up to have 2 long trains, and that's pretty much it. So I can't easily scale this area up. But I could set up an alternative storage solution from where they can pick up. Basically the same thing we did with the food factory, unloading into the warehouses at the city center, but with the coal trains. Iron trains are not really endangered at all. Barely need any iron. I think the coal should be fine too. It's just that winter just passed and we need to catch up with the resources that were used up. So yeah, like I said, go for the city. Realistic look. Disregard of pollution. Long trains, horse carriages, couple trucks, no modernization. And originally the goal was to get to 100,000 citizens. I'm not sure if we can do that. Because this is already not a very fragile setup, but I mean it does its job. But whenever we extend it, we need to keep everything monitored. So getting up to 30,000 citizens with probably the other half, maybe this would even push us up to 40,000, would already be quite the feat. We're not using any mods, everything is vanilla. Sometimes I use custom maps, but this is from the World Map DLC. This is the... I think it's the World Map DLC, the Moscow map. Nice and flat. Looked it up. If the bridge is set up correctly, it can detect what ships can pass through. Okay. Maybe the measurement tool gives you the same information. I guess. Maybe if you set up that building as a blueprint, you can also check with the measurement tool. I don't see it here. So, no idea. But yeah, if the hitboxes are set up correctly, I guess it would work. How to test that? I don't know. We have a vehicle production line where we're running vehicle exports. Production is currently a bit slow because we had to move some footpath tunnels, so not all the workers that normally go there get unloaded to the area. But the new tunnel is being built right now. And then workers by tram can get unloaded again and work in that facility. And yeah, we've set up the plan for the heating of the western part of the settlement. One of the heating plants will hopefully see action very soon. We need to make sure that the area is secure fire-wise and needs electricity. Water and sewage we have brought in already. Just needs to be hooked up to the housing that is supposed to happen very close, adjacent to the steel mill. And those people can then also work in the vehicle production line or in the steel mill itself. And then we'll see how bad the pollution actually gets. Measure tool doesn't show stats. Okay. Then I guess it doesn't do that. Next coal train. Half of the amount will go to the heating plant storages, I guess. Well, most of the heating plants are getting their coal directly delivered from the storage of the steel mill, but there's one storage for the initial heating plant that has a dedicated connection that doesn't get its supply from the steel mill storage. But yeah, looks like the heating plants are filled up again. So currently the train is still sufficient. Coal price going up for 20 days. Not a problem. I think our population is reasonably stable, but it does still dip by 1,000. The cycle of pollution continues. 1,300. Still went up compared to last year. But many houses are now filled. And the ones that accept highly educated workers should get filled slowly by the extra university running and generating more highly educated people with low loyalty, because I'm only letting people move in with less than 50% loyalty. Which is the majority of our population. We have an average loyalty of 40% government loyalty. Okay, now I think we're done with the brief overview of the city. It's not everything, of course, but I don't think talking about the prison system or the police stations or the medical system makes any sense right now. Just looking at the thing is hopefully entertaining enough. There are some traffic issues. We got loads of trams running. Fires have been not really an issue. Except for one time where our coaling station at the city entrance almost burned down because there was a horse carriage at 100% wear blocking the road. So the fire carriages couldn't get there in time and I had to intervene. Barely got there. The fire was progressed at 90%. That's our shunting train, moving resources from the outer area to the city. Like I said, it loads food, clothing, alcohol, chemicals, meat, electronics, and fabric. Mechanical components we produce inside the city from the steel we're making ourselves, and otherwise it doesn't really need anything. Crops get picked up by the distribution offices right next to the food factory to deliver it to the horse feeders in the city. Previously we had that shunted into the city as well, but at some point we set up the distribution offices right next to the warehouse and just load it from here directly. Makes a lot more sense than bringing it into the city center first, storing it in here and then moving it out. So that storage area basically is now free and I can use it for something else. Like, for example, I could add more food. Or split it up between the food and electronic components, or more chemicals. I remember when the city was just 2 horses and a dream. Yeah, those 2 horses were pretty important. They got there in the end. Did a really good job. Hello Barbados. Welcome. We'll up the storage amount of alcohol and electronic components, I guess. No, let's not do that. This is just the arrival area. Things get moved into their dedicated warehouses. Let's just up the storage of food. Food is critical. Food and meat is critical. Clothing is very close second. But food and meat, lack of food and meat causes severe discontent. Clothing, it happens pretty closely after. Everything else is not that important in the direct happiness of the citizens. Of course, if you run out of chemicals, then your water purification or sewage treatment plant stop running. But yeah, food and meat is critical because you need it in relatively high quantities. Chemicals, not so much. If we check the volume of imports for last year, 150 tons of chemicals, okay. 367 tons of meat, so double that of chemicals. And then we don't import any food, but we import crops. And half of that is about the amount of food we produce, so 2,600, 2,700 tons of food. Everything else is not a direct supply for the citizens. Clothing is, I guess, the least critical for production purposes because the fabric is imported quite easily. And the single clothing factory we have right now is very capable at performing its duty. The two horses that Barbados mentioned that founded the city are not around anymore. We recently replaced the train that was 110 years old, which has been here since the founding of the first city. But even then, they had too much wear now and had to be replaced. Some of the trains are fairly old, some of them are relatively new. These trains, this one 110, the mega shunting train, is still around from the founding of the first city. Looks like the footpath is close to completion. Well, 105 tons of bricks. I want to send some auxiliary trucks which can bring bricks here more quickly. The horse carriages do struggle a little bit with the volume of bricks needed. They're trying their best, but 100 plus tons of bricks with a capacity of less than 2 tons of bricks per horse carriage takes a while. Not that the trucks are much better, but they can carry, I think, around 5 tons. So instead of 50 horse carriages, it would be 20 trucks. Truckloads. Okay, I think this is a good point for me to save. Because this is something that needs to be sent in for checking, because this horse carriage should get replaced, but for some reason it doesn't do it. I'm not sure why. At least we found one this time. In the wild. So that's safe, I guess I can send in. GG's. I will not be streaming much longer, so you are technically correct. I think it's best to call it. But yeah, they seem to be running into wear and tear issues on the delivery and then don't get replaced in time. Glad I got that save. That one I can send in and ask why those vehicles aren't being auto-replaced. Must be something with the unusual setup of the city, I guess. Since this is not normally what people would build, I guess. At least I haven't seen something similar to this on Twitch. Yeah, I think we're going to call it here for today. As always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Good progress. We got our heating solution planned out. And next time I think we can extend the housing situation up to the train tracks, like was already mentioned last stream. Plus plan for some housing next to the steel mill. Said I missed the only stream when watching the VOD. You said you were low energy that day, may you return to it fresh. Yeah, I was low energy today too. I wasn't doing worse than yesterday after the bike ride, but I wasn't doing much better either. But I'm amazed that I didn't have any significant additional muscle fatigue, I guess. So I'm kind of planning on doing this again on Sunday. But maybe not, I'm not sure yet. 50 kilometers in one day, right? Yes. With the previous one being 20 kilometers max total. So I don't know why I wanted to go that extra distance, but I wanted to try it. And it kind of worked, even though I was done at the end. Good stuff, similar thing for me actually last week. Ah, nice. I don't know why. It was just I wanted to try it. Mega Monkey is just too motivational. But yeah, again, like I said, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Let's see if we can find someone to raid into. Check the workers and resources category. Tumbling Satellite is not online anymore. Well, I can't raid over there then. He got away. French, AFK, Cyrillic, German, and some language I don't know. So it doesn't look like we can raid into a workers and resources stream, I think. Maybe that one is not AFK anymore, let me check. That's a lot of ads. And it's follow-only chat, so that's not gonna work. Unfortunately not. Anything else? Maybe Oxygen not included, maybe Captain of Industry. From my list I would only have Team Fortress 2 right now, I guess. You can read Tiger Lily. I remember that name. I will have to check. Okay. Okay, sure. I don't hear any talking right now, but might as well try it. Maybe there's gonna be some talking when we raid in.
Thanks for the alert, Cyclone.
Okay. So, we'll raid over to Tiger Lily. Streaming RimWorld. Haven't played that in a while. A long while. Hopefully it's gonna be a good a good raid on the suggestion of Savanakis. He's friends with Barbaric and playing RimWorld. Excellent. Then it should be alright. If you want to stick around for that, please do. If not, that is fine too. Have a very good rest to your Friday afternoon, evening, wherever you are. Until then, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.